The satisfying music timing. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Hope you're having an incredible day thus far. Um, there I am. Hello. I am still waking up as per usual, but I think I got better sleep last night, so I'm well equipped for what should be some very exciting vendoring today. I'll be in vendor jail for a while, because I think we're at the point where I do have to prep to have enough consumables for everything before the brain. Everything before the morphic pool, I should say. Um, yeah, got a little different safe. I was helping Third Monkey set up, I think. Re-enable all my mods. How we doing? Kara, Sora, Danny, RKS, Nightwing, Say. Anyone else who might be lurking about? Yeah, I need invis pots. I need flight pots. I think that's all I need, really. In terms of stocking up, I'm good on bombs. Can't get any more spike bulbs than I already have. I guess I could take some more Terrazul. Um, Heat spore grenades. I'm pretty sure I have enough. How many of those do I even have? 6? Yeah, I'm good. Bantering while trading stream? Yeah, something like that. I really enjoyed watching your Merkle science say. It got me thinking about how to apply that strat to other classes, and I think the core template of have renewable temp HP and then a mechanism to ability drain the charisma. I think you can apply that to a lot. Like I think Fighter can do that almost as well as Thief did. I think Barbarian can do it as well. Warlock can definitely do it. Sorcerer's a little weird. I haven't really thought too much about Sorcerer doing it. Featherfall Bug's really weird because it doesn't have it on my end. Featherfall Bug's consume bonus action as it should for me. That is weird. Also, High Rocks. One thing said about Hexblade, they should have a weapon attack cantrip. If it makes it in, yeah. I mean, Hexblade has a bunch of crazy stuff to it. Like, getting those gear proficiencies for free is kind of nuts, considering how much of a staple moderately armored is for Warlock challenge runners. Not needing that is going to put Hexblade in a crazy position.
Penitent looks at you silently. There's this.
I have Rhapsody stacked up. Guess I fought stuff this rest. I mean, we could go see if Minsk somehow works after a long rest. Don't have my alchemy pouch at all right now. Where did it go? Oh, Shadowheart does have both of them. Surprised me is how inert Ketherick is in that fight without Aelin. Aelin makes that fight harder. She does. She does. Because Ketherick doesn't really do anything. Like, he won't do Horde Strike unless a Necromite hits you. And if he doesn't see an angle to spawn an Involucre next to you, and he can't physically, like, walk up to you, he doesn't do anything. Because he can't jump very far, and he will refuse to jump anywhere that will cause him to take fall damage. So, in both arenas, Ketherick is very easy to lock down. So the biggest threats in each arena are Karnus, who is very easy to get out of that arena before he would be there. and the Mind Flayer, who you can take care of in 1 to 2 rounds. So, it's kind of hard to speculate the new subclass really look like in BG3 outside of rough concept level because we've seen they homebrew a ton. That's true. We have an idea of how certain things that are already in the game are likely to be implemented, is my perspective on an Arceus. Like, for example, Oath of the Crown. I am pretty confident that it's going to be the new go-to Paladin class for any Paladin build that goes, pure class or at least 9 levels. Specifically because in 5e, one of its 3rd level spells is Spirit Guardians. And giving Paladin Spirit Guardians corrects most of the class's issues in BG3. And Spirit Guardians is a spell that's in BG3. So we can infer from all that Oath of the Crown will most likely have that. It gets wonkier with spells that have not yet been implemented into the game. It gets even wonkier with things like Circle of Stars Druid, which has mechanics that don't really have any equivalents in the game. So, grain of salt with some classes for sure, and then they have openly said, and to your point, done in the past, a bunch of homebrew. But there's some things that I think we can look at as likely. I'm in top tier again. Hey, badly dressed Sonya. It's more like every paladin subclass they chose to implement in BG3 is shit. All of them. They're bad. Like, no, really, the features granted by the subclasses are just not very good. But then Oath of the Crown has okay subclass features, but more importantly, good spell list. And that makes a pretty big difference. Why am I carrying Baldur's Giant Slayer to, like, BM hit someone with it? Am I gonna waste... Am I gonna risk losing a no-hit trying to use Baldur's fucking Giant Slayer on someone? Hey, Superman, how are you?
Penitent looks at you silently. There's the
I guess I do keep buying Hastening Spores, even though it's really useful.
Thirsty yet?
Guess we could go for the Steel Watcher Titan without too much
Best
commitment.
victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
We back up this guy's bombs. I don't think I need more bombs, but, like, I can't be sure of that. And with Vigilance, we back those up. I need to remember to steal the key.
Can't bloody believe it. No more puzzles. A travesty.
It's Mod, how are you? Optimized for your locations too. Not completely. Just
take your pick.
picking up tricks I've seen other people use. Make my life slightly easier. Eagle feathers, yes please. I do wish I could use Cryptlord's Ring on this run. It's very nice to have. The Mummy Summon is really good. Create Undead, if you have been sleeping on it, well, this is your wake-up call. That shit is so good. and it's something that you do need to either use an Act 3 item and keep that gear slot locked down, or you need to take 11 levels of Warlock or Wizard. Another big W for pure class builds. 14 Terrazol, I'd like more. I could do some thievery. Kinda tempted to kill Gloomy Fence in here. Armor of Agility, sell it to someone.
Don't want to draw any attention. I just want a little.
I guess I knocked him out. Didn't realize I had non-lethal on. That kind of works, though.
Time to skulk about.
Hey, Magnesium. How are you? Welcome in. Summon's my fave. Summons are good. As Odin's, it's an experimenting infinite duration. Surfaces are easy. Surface clouds only in battle. If summon, break, haste, spore grenade, unsummon or kill it until battle's over. Only ticks on that summon's turn. If not anymore, it doesn't tick. That explains it completely, because the one time I can think of that I did that was I had Shovel break one, and then she got killed by your gear. Friendly fire, because your gear does that. That makes perfect sense. Incredibly common Odin's W. Thank you, Odin's. There are darkness sources you can trigger by an attack.
Need to find a way forward.
Not that I can think of, but you can trigger poison clouds, noxious spore grenades. Maybe having poison immunity lets you hang out in those. I remember Trade saying something indicating that it does break your hiding even if you're immune to the damage, but I do want to personally test that. Hey, Trade. Sad cleric noises. But cleric's bad. We can't attribute W's to cleric. You know, because, like, how does a cleric do damage other than having the most damage at level 1 of any class? You know, we'll never figure it out.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Oh, you mentioned the playthrough, say? The Pacifist Heroes. Yeah, I'm doing a co-op with Mark, the Power Hour. We're continuing that on Thursday. Where basically our characters, we have to roleplay as heroes. We're not allowed to do, like, evil stuff. Also, we can't be the aggressors in terms of instigating a fight, whether through dialogue or through actually attacking a neutral target. And we're not allowed to directly deal damage. So our summons have to do the lion's share of the work. It's been a very cool run. Selling Armor of Agility did help. Still need to check Hellsick. 2 characters? Yeah. What classes did you go? Mark is playing as a Necromancy School Wizard. I believe he's pure class. I'm playing as a multi-classed, it's my start stream alarm, excuse me. Multi-classed, Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, Wizard, life cleric. I'm only still life domain because I haven't bothered to respec. Life domain was nice in the early game where we had to heal NPCs a fair amount, but the more we started using undead, the more it falls off. If you didn't know, life domain is comfortably the weakest cleric domain in this game, because healing is a less than useful mechanic. Once you have good strategies in place. So I would be war domain if I had bothered to respec, I just haven't yet. The violent alarm. It's the only way it'll work on me. I am not a light sleeper. I guess I should be checking Thrumbo now, too. Thrumbo's an alchemy vendor. Arian is one before his passing, but Thrumbo is one after. We build up and working on fell apart that life cleric chat. Well, here's the thing, Magnesium. That's my take on life cleric is coming from someone with a lot of hours in the game, who has played every class, who is an optimizer, who focuses on efficiency in a solo honor setting primarily. I play with other people who have lots of game knowledge. So the thing about healing in this game, from things outside of potions, we'll get to potions in a bit, is it is always something that is relevant when a mistake has already been made. But if that mistake doesn't occur, you don't have anything to heal. All damage in this game, avoidable. I'm doing a 1 HP run that kind of proves that. So if the damage never happens, you have nothing to heal. So if as a cleric, you are devoting your entire subclass to a class that's only upside relative to the others, is the ability to heal slightly better, meh, because anyone can heal better than a pure healer spec by throwing potions. However, as Say is saying, everything is viable. You can make anything work. You can find use cases for anything. I cannot think of anything off the top of my head in this game that has no value at all.
Yes. I think I'll pick up.
Turbo, your inventory sucks. What are you doing? I guess I won't bother with Turbo anymore. Housen has no value at all. He's worth 150 XP, Pogler. He's got a very limited amount of value. Oh, and him surviving to Act 2 creates another, like, 1400 XP. So, in totality, Halcyon is about a Raphael of XP. That's why we care about him. Temporarily. Radiant Divine Strike can be really good. It can be, but competing with the other cleric domains that have... Some of them have their own Divine Strike. Like, I would say Radiant Divine Strike is probably more useful than Poison Divine Strike. If we're looking at the game in its totality. But those are both competing with Nature Cleric, Tempest Cleric, and War Cleric just having really unconditionally good Divine Strikes. Because, like, Tempest, you have Lightning Divine Strike. Nature, you have a multiple choice Divine Strike. And then War, you have weapon damage type Divine Strike, which is especially crazy.
What's up for discussion?
I'm trying to take up time. Full goal is making a group composition purely supported displays for beast shape, alternatively wild shape. Sounds fun. And how dare you talk about game mechanics in a chat of a streamer who focuses on discussing game mechanics? Bad. Bad. Boo. No. Do your thing.
Thirsty yet?
I'm making sure I actually got everything I need from these guys. Let's rest again. Another problem is character 1 HP is as effective as a character full health. It's just as true for you as it is for the enemies. You're heavily incentivized to kill an enemy instead of healing an ally. It's the curse of action economy. Yeah, there are some situations where you can weaponize taking damage. For example, retaliation tank builds are very, very strong. I have set up a character that is capable of making enemies hit themselves for many hundreds of damage per hit when the stars align. And that does require successfully taking damage. You can still do a lot without actually taking damage, reduce the damage to 0. But that is to say that reducing the ability of enemies to do anything is the peak of action economy. If they don't have the option, you've played the game properly, as it stands for action economy stuff. And it's wise to treat your runs as if you only have 1 HP, unless you're doing something stylish. That's why I went with live player, just to keep Displacer alive. Don't lose the once a day long rest with aid, concentration, and Displacer. I don't believe aid works on any wild shapes. But having additional healing to get around your long rest restriction is wise. Morning, Messy. How are you? I'm be lurking. Sounds good.
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document it all.
Or whatever we say is bad in the game is only bad from extreme challenge running perspective. You do whatever you consider fun, still beat the game, except for break pose, Raphael fight. Don't do that. Yeah. It's like you'll hear in challenge running spaces, in my community, in Say's community, you'll hear things like Paladin is the worst class in Baldur's Gate 3. Because it is. But obviously that doesn't take away from the fact that people have success with it. Hey G Jack Cooper, I did see your question. The answer is yes. Place the money in Ketherick's inventory ahead of time while he's on the roof. I put 30,000. You only need 29,300, I believe. I imposed vulnerability with Amulet of Branding. So if I hadn't done that, I would have had to put double that amount of money. But yes. I was waiting for you to show up so I could tell you in person. Tired contemplating why I'm working, because unfortunately we need to work to have enough money to continue to be alive to contemplate why we're working. At the end of the day, Paladin's a martial with extra attack. How bad can it really be in absolute terms? I mean, worse in that role than all of the other martials, to the point where some of the features are actively detrimental. But considering we're able to beat the game, you know, with 1 HP, we're able to beat the game at level 1. We're able to beat the game without consumables, without gear. Several of those restrictions placed together in a run. It's not like you can't get around it.
Thirsty yet?
I do apologize for the amount of vendor jail content today will be.
The penitent looks at you, silent. Bears this.
Game is not being super kind with giving me what I require. Work to eat, eat to work. Yep. Yep. I should buy more disguise kits.
Our new friend.
Bring all the vendors to the Ball Temple. No, I brought a few of them to Undercity Roads.
Anyway, take your
I haven't been to the Ball Temple yet. I haven't made a decision on whether I want to get bone spike gloves or not. I don't think I need bone spike gloves, because in terms of what's remaining, that those would be relevant against. It's nothing, because like bone spike gloves would allow me to use piercing damage against steel washers. Like that's it. I just plan on throwing hammers or hand axes anyway, so not relevant. Yeah, not relevant. I do also need arrows, actually. Should I be buying from Fitz? I guess I should. Yeah, I knocked out this guy.
Easy easier to don some armor than
You didn't see me,
wielding
so I didn't
a
lose attitude.
sword.
Something caught your eye then?
It was you, Fitz, who caught my eye.
Most of my wares can take an eye right
I'm
out.
surely not alone. Yeah, I'll take another monstrosity. His voice makes me angry for some reason. What, gloomy? Interesting. Should I put Damon down there too? It's fine. Yeah, dwarves are hot. I'm with you. Hey, White Freeze, how are you? Little dwarf. Yeah. With 2 nukes, giant explosive, how you get 2? What do you mean? I have 1 in here, but there's 3 rune powder barrels in the game, and then 1 bomb. Oh, yeah, I forgot I sent a ton of money to Shard. Yeah, I should be buying more things. Found 1. There's 1 next to Philomene and Grimforge. If Wolbrin makes it alive to Act 3, makes it to Act 3 alive, grammar. Then in the Iron Hand Gnome hideout, there are 2 more that you can steal, and also, there's the Rune Powder Bomb that he will give you for the quest. And each of those barrels, including the bomb, has a base value of 2,500 gold. Meaning they can fund a lot of purchases if you get them and sell them to someone you have good attitude with. So I do prioritize Wolbrin's survival, at least up to Act 3 in my runs, because those barrels and then also access to a vendor that sells guaranteed flash blinders, remove curse scrolls, and special arrows, along with a couple of unique items that I may or may not end up needing in a run. Hey Dade, how are you?
Anyway.
Heard other
your
people
pick.
complaining about Fitz's voice before. She sounds normal to me. Yeah, I don't see anything off-putting about Fitz. I mean, maybe it's because I'm down bad for thick dwarf lady, but like, I don't know. I don't think I need more vigilance, but err on the side of caution. He has the run, etc. I'm okay. Run's good. We are in vendor jail for a while. There's a lot of stuff I need to stock up on. Because effectively, once I commit and apply my next set of buffs for my after long rest buffing routine, I will not be long resting until we have dealt with every boss who is available, minus Gortash. So I need to be very prepared for that. Let's go bring Damon down here. The only actually badly voiced line in the whole game is "Answers the Swords Arisen" when IMO. I don't know if I'd call it badly voiced, it's just goofy. Definitely need the gold, I'll take the damage. Here's the funny thing about those barrels, Magnesium. They're viewed as, like, problem solvers, rune powder, and barrels as a whole, by the player base. I guarantee you have something better in your kit. I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. So, rune powder bomb here is the same as the barrel. 50 to 120 damage, and the breakdown for that is 10d8 plus 40. So you are only assured 48 damage from this if they fail the saving throw. If they succeed, you are only assured 24 damage. Now that is barely more damage than an uninvested Eldritch Blast crit. Barely. And there's only 3 of these in the game. Sure, it's in an AoE, auto crits, objects, and environments. That can be useful for certain things, but there's other ways of achieving that. So you're in the situation where you have something that, at its absolute maximum, can do the amount of damage a competent damage dealer could do to a target in maybe 2 hits. Maybe 2 hits. And this could do it in 1 in an AoE, in an uncommonly resisted type. But this bit of it being, first, a fistful of dice means it's wildly inconsistent in terms of how much damage it does, even on a successful delivery. Then you also have the fact that it's a dexterity save. Now, in Act 3, many enemies have high dexterity, and then every single ballist in the game, with the exception of like 5 of them, has the evasion feature. And the evasion feature is a class feature granted to monks and rogues. It is one of the most busted defensive features in the game. It makes it so when something that does damage to you, that's a dex save, happens, if you succeed, instead of taking half, you take 0 damage. And if you fail, you still only take half. So if this rune powder barrel hit me, I'm still taking, even if it max rolls, even if I fail my saving throw, I'm still taking, at most, that 24 damage. At most. Now, if I succeed, I take 0. Nothing. Nothing at all. Now factor in that Steel Watchers have 20 dexterity. They have advantage on saving throws involving dexterity. And they have enough HP that even if the barrel max rolled, it would only barely put them into self-destruct range. A Rune Powder Barrel will struggle to kill a single Steel Watcher. Gortash has extremely high dexterity, and in his special form is immune to force damage. Orin is a ballist with high dexterity. Raphael has high dexterity. Yurgir has high dexterity. Ansur has enough HP that even a max roll with the barrel would do less than 1/5 of his HP. Or about 1/5 of his HP. So, Rune Powder isn't actually good. It's just simple. And by the time you are of a level where you have access to the Rune Powder Barrel, your class features and other consumables you have on you are just better. Learn that the Hellbeard Halberd can poison on hit. That's cool. I still have to actually use that in a run. Okay, I went on an entire tangent here. Did I actually do that long rest that I meant to?
Need anything before you head back to the hells? Now.
B2 honor last night? Let's go, Messi. Congrats. Very proud of you. Is it solo time soon? Is it solo time soon? But you have to.
What can I do for you?
I just am looking forward to the day where I can tell you, I told you so about you beating it. Because you didn't think you could. And I'm like, you make good choices. Like, first challenge run of any video game ever. To put that in perspective, Bessie, achievement completion for honor mode, including like full party runs, including people literally cheating, is around about 2%. You did that duo. So you are in a small percentage of a small percentage. Because you are an absolute legend, a gamer. Non-derogatory use of gamer. And, frankly, a cool person. Yeah, I said it. I said it.
Breathe quiet. Move.
Alright, we're gonna take them into the Under-Titty Ruins.
Staying informed seems super stressful.
Time for some bloody work.
Clun 4K being nice. Don't tell anyone. Wow, he went there? He did. Fucking got your ass.
Breathe deep and move.
Sometimes I'm frightened of just my own ability to get people like that.
What can I do for you? Of course.
It's a little vicious, but
Wouldn't
it has
like
to be done.
hold 'em if it weren't for you.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Thirsty yet?
3 stack. Should I bring Fitz down here too?
Penitent looks at you silent
I guess I should. So you've got Gemini somewhere in your chart. I know next to nothing about astrology stuff.
New friend.
Think I'm an Aquarius?
Good feeling about you.
Think. I feel like we talked about this recently. Ever played or plan to play Elden Ring? Son keeps trying to drag me away from BG3, which he introduced me to, by the way, to play it. I've consumed a lot of Elden Ring content. I'm still, like, in the midst of my first playthrough. I haven't touched it in a couple months.
Something caught your eye then?
But I have a level of familiarity with it.
Taking eye right out.
Wouldn't say I have the most interest in it, but familiar. Jumping back into Elden Ring after a year of PG3 was humbling. Definitely different, different muscles at work across those two games, huh? When was my birthday? January 25th.
Anyway, take your pick.
I'll take an elixir of heroism here. Fuck it. I'm fighting the urge to apologize every long rest I do here. It's unfortunately necessary. I just don't have much in the way of flight and invis right now, and I really need a lot more of those, and darkness arrows. Like, I would like to have 100 darkness arrows. And at least 20 invis and flight.
I have something to ask.
If you were to choose one class as sport, a shapeshift
Anyway,
character as duo,
We
would I
can knock a
choose
little
Claire?
Take your pick.
So the way I view problem solving in this game, Magnesium, they're are almost no problems in the game that Cleric does not have an answer for in its kit. You'll find that challenge runners, the more variety of runs they've played, the more experience in the game they have, the more they will value Cleric as a class, just because the utility is insane. Clerics are capable of so many different things for different purposes, that there's very few problems you can't just slap some Cleric investment on to solve. Now, I'm being careful to just say Cleric, because it's not a particular domain that's true for. That's just the class. The base class features are that good.
Most of my work can take an eye right out.
The Cleric Druid combo, in my experience, Cleric and Druid in combination beyond the early game is just weaker than committing to one of them.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
In the early game, it's got some interesting things it can pull off, but I don't really care for it in the long term. Slap the Cleric, got it. First time seeing all these vendors hijacked at the same place, I love it. Hey, call me Sal, how are you? Nature Cleric Shillelagh goes hard. It does. I have a take, hit me rocks. At your earliest convenience, please go to Cafe Astrology, get your chart. I'm so curious. If you're not comfortable. I don't even know what that is. I think I'm old.
Thirsty yet?
Bards compete with Cleric, but Challenge Runners dislike it because it's boring. I think I'd agree with that. Bards have almost everything a Cleric has, while also having some things that Clerics don't have. They are very comparable in terms of how much access they have, but Bard does have a couple of very interesting things like extra attack on 2 and 3 subclasses. That's a big deal. Limited fighting style access, but still fighting style access. A lot of the same good defensive spells and ritual spells. Clerics don't have ritual spells. Bards do. Well, Cleric has silence. Trickery has disguise self. But what I mean is, Bards have long strider. That's a big deal.
The penitent looks at you silently. There's the
Level 12, Bard, get a quick change ability, lets them swap gear for bonus action, change your mind. From scratch, I'm still relatively new. I would encourage playing what you think is the coolest. Because, again, you're getting takes here from people who have played, like, all of the classes at least a little bit. And that's not going to help you narrow anything down.
Careful.
I think the easiest way to figure out what to build is, aside from what do you think is cool, identify, like, the gameplay loop. Like, the archetype. Like, for example, are you focused on archery? Because there's a million ways you could do that. But, as an example, do you want to use a certain kind of weapon? Are you interested in being a sort of bulky frontliner? Are you trying to be a supportive caster? Is there a particular spell or class feature you'd really like to optimize around? Any class.
can I do for you?
Those are the kind of things that you could
Wouldn't be alive to hold them.
then go down the builds rabbit hole and figure out what to do.
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
I don't think I really need to back up more bombs from this guy, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Thirsty yet?
Druid can't not play Druid, but Druid can do so many different things.
The penitent looks at you, sign. There's the
Game's really so much about playstyle preference in my experience. It absolutely is. There is almost never a problem that has just one solution. Almost never. This is including in high-level challenge running.
Take your pick.
Definitely running a darkness party with my friends when crossplay drops, especially with Shadow Sorcerer. Sounds fun, Chris. Sounds real fun. Shadow Sorcerer. We were talking about that last time. Yeah, like, I'm very excited for it. Sorcerer has such an interesting toolkit. Meta magic is very powerful. I know the sort of Reddit builds brain part of the community is like, quicken spell. I don't give a fuck about quicken spell. Subtle spell with stealth gameplay is crazy cool. Like, imagine you're just crouched on a roof and then you blast someone with an entire 6-level Scorching Ray without breaking your hiding. They have no idea you're there. You don't start combat and you just do it again. You just spend 1 sorcery point per spell to just never break your hiding. Like, that's really, really strong. They think it was the sun.
The penitent looks at you silently. There's the slut.
Extended spell? Extended spell is great. Distant spell is also really funny. You can, for example, distance spell a cloud kill to start a combat and be far enough away that they're going to have to spend their movement getting out of the cloud rather than anything else. And then you can just reposition the cloud kill again with distance spell. So you just are constantly too far away for them to do anything because you're just moving the goalposts. Cost of 1 spell slot, 1 sorcery point per reposition.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye
Extra
right
long
out.
darkness. When's your next 4-person co-op? Getting that many schedules to work with that many time zones is like that was not a regular thing. That was a thing we kind of all bent over backwards to make happen. Like getting schedules for Mark and I to work is easier because we're only 3 hours apart. But even then, like our regular co-ops involve him waking up early. Now, making that work with also Say's time zone and Naz's time zone, it required basically it being at an awful time of day for 3 of the 4 people, no matter how we slice it. So I'm not saying that's never happening again, but it's very difficult to make 4-player co-op sessions like that work.
thirsty yet?
Hey Gage, how are you? Thank you for the good luck. We're in vendor jail for a while. Tried one of the new mods adds new fights thread to Blacket's avatar. It's funny that mods do things like that because there's already an NPC that has a legendary action that turns them into an avatar of Blacket. But this game has so much content that people don't really know what's already in it. Tell me more. The Githyanki in Act 2 that has a legendary action. If you ever let her cook for a while, her appearance will even visually change. She can turn into basically a clone of Blacketh who's shooting 6-beam Eldritch Blasts at you. When I hover over Cyberpunk on the Steam store, the tags are Cyberpunk Open World Nudity RPG. Yeah, that's appropriate, I guess. Still can't decide how I feel on the many ways to get infinite spell slot sorcery points. Here's the thing about it. Perfectly valid to not want to use them, because devaluing the resource is kind of... it's removing a skill from what you have to manage with the game. This is kind of how I feel about things like infinite potion, and infinite carry weight mods. From one perspective, it's removing tedium. From another, it is making it so you no longer understand the value of that resource and have to manage it properly. Like, the Venn diagram of people who I see talk about using carry weight mods and people who undervalue the strength stat, that's a circle. It's just one circle. So there is some correlation there. But, again, to the point of what I'm doing here, for example, with being in vendor hell. I could resolve this by just adding the consumables. However, for my personal taste, I'm opting not to do that right now. I don't think there is a blanket right or wrong answer to that. And with infinite sorcery point, infinite spell slot access, of which there's multiple ways to do it through the entire game, meh. Going to try to find my way in some co-op with Margaret Quag or both when I have big vacation. Sounds good. Sounds good to me, say. Should I test Fierce Perilous stakes for damage stuff? I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward, Trade. To my understanding, it's just Callous Glow, but 15 Psychic. Yeah, it's just everything. Like, we know it works on the self-damage from Psionic Overload. We know it works on the application of the surface effects from Amulet of Elemental Torment. We know it goes on Crater Flesh, on Crater's Wounds. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just everything.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Whenever you talk about strength, I get an urge to start streaming and show how useless strength always felt to me. Do it, Rox. Some of my favorite theory crafting buddies are people who have confronted a take of mine and been like, this is why you're wrong, and presented a compelling case. And I'm like, yeah, okay. For me, I value strength so highly because it is very impactful in a few areas. You know, throwing people, jumping, carry weight, melee. Those are big things to not want to ignore. You can get around using all of those things perfectly well, but I value them very highly. as core things that every character could do when you have good strength. So that's my perspective. But for people who don't gravitate towards those things specifically, it's less relevant. From the Quag Ironwood Club slander. Yeah, I did slander the Ironwood Club. I did. Another famous one is Say had to convince me the value of Moonbeam.
The penitent looks at you silent. There's the slightest.
Beautiful thing about theory crafting is that everybody is wrong sometimes. And it all being collaborative means that people have plenty of chances to check each other's biases, and we can all learn from each other constantly.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Something
Who
caught
convince you
your
about
eye then?
halflings?
Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Certain strategies have me sort of coming around a little bit on halfling. I still absolutely hate the movement speed penalty, I will say. But I am much more open to the idea of halflings for challenges like this, for example, where you're skirting combats by rolling stealth checks, among other things. The value is increasing. I still think it's comfortably less valuable than something like a wood elf or any variety of half elf and half orcs, and frequently Githyankies. Githyanki. Often drow, often high elves, shield dwarves, Zariel tieflings, deep gnomes. But they do have value. I'm caring too much. Suppose I can put away some of my disguise kits. Like Halfling Alchemist. If I cast 8 on the shapeshifter target after they shift, I don't believe that works either. But I could be wrong about that. That is something I'm not 100% confident in. Movement's awful, but I'm a math guy, and not only losing 120 rerolling low is huge when it comes to probability. But here's the thing about that, Magnesium. That is something that works for you 5% of the time at the opportunity cost of whatever else you could have taken in your character's race slot. So, having a bonus that helps you 5% of the time versus having extra movement speed all of the time, not just having non-penalized movement speed, like human versus halfling. Going Wood Elf gets you additional movement speed, on top of other things. Opportunity cost is something that frequently gets neglected when comparing features in theory crafting, and I think that goes understated. Like, another example of that is how people view things like strength elixirs and the Hill Giant Club. They view them as free, and Dex gloves, they view them as free. They are not free. There's opportunity cost there, because you're giving up a slot somewhere. You're giving up something. It may not be as apparent immediately, but you are still losing something to gain something else. What else great for Shapeshifter, by the way? Racial movement speed change transfers to wild shape. Yeah. Things like Gnome's mental save advantage as well. Which is not a feature that I personally value very highly, but it is worth mentioning.
What can I do for you?
Numbers in my brain gets in the way. I'm playing 4D chess, not 3D. It's perspective. Like, on paper, in a vacuum, without context, removing the likelihood of nat 1s screwing you over is attractive. And there's absolutely at least one instance in every run where avoiding a nat 1 does give you a much more favorable outcome for something critical. That's absolutely true. However, that's still 5% of the time. 5% of the time getting an impact versus 95% of the time getting an impact. And personally, as a challenge runner, I value consistency on a large scale rather than consistency on a small scale.
Thirsty yet? Thirsty yet?
Rotten food have some use? Yes, you can eat it to poison yourself for 10 turns. That is useful for a couple of builds. Abjuration wizards can use that and then use Lesser Restoration to clear it to give themselves Arcane Ward stacks. Honey Badger barbarians can use it to have a chance to start raging for free, 50% chance every turn while you're poisoned. And the other use for rotten food is putting it down and destroying it for stacks of arcane acuity. That's what I use it for in this run. Doesn't halfling only get to reroll the crit fail once? Yes. You could always just roll another one. You could. It's statistically extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely that you roll another one after a halfling reroll.
Anyway, take your pick.
But it is technically possible. One in 400, but yeah, 1 in 400 is your chances of rolling double ones on a check you have advantage on. What we're generally referring to with halfling luck is it kicking in on you already having rolled that 1 in 400 magnesium. One in 400s happen all the time in this game. So, devil's advocate against my own point, I'm gonna argue for Rox's point here. As Rox said, used to say this halfling luck is most impactful if you already have a 95% chance to succeed. It is functionally turning that 95% to as close to 100% as you can without getting there. And that has value. Did I check Dara's inventory already?
Take your pick.
Nothing good. It's only 1 in 400 if it happens. My star and crit failed 3 times in a row. My last rap fight, 1 in 8,000. Yeah, it's you do see outliers with the number of dice rolls you do throughout a playthrough in this game. It's a long game, and depending on your playstyle, you might roll a lot of dice in one combat. You are going to see those outliers. I wish Shillelagh's damage scaled like it does in Tabletop now. How does it work in Tabletop now, Chris? I'm not familiar. Did you say you shoot rotten food to stack Arcane Acuity? I did. That is how I got the Arcane Acuity to cast Dominate Person on Saravok, then piss off Dolly thrice so she would turn me into an animal, so then I could fast travel out of the Murder Tribunal to the docks, turn back into me, push Saravok into the water. I did that by shooting rotten food. Shillelagh now scales with your level as other cantrips have. Oh, that's very attractive. Yeah, I like that.
What can I do for you? Of course.
Really think that changes a whole lot. It removes the impact of needing your casting stat to be good, because, like, I would use Shillelagh more in this game if it was completely uncoupled from casting stat. As we know, I am an 8 int, 8 wisdom enjoyer. The only casting stat I frequently boost is charisma. On the co-op I have going with Mark, on my 8 int wizard casts, I still have a 24 DC, because boosting your casting stat is a meme and you don't ever need to do it. Encumbered again? So I could continue replacing my non-magical throwables. Eight endeavor struggle with the brain. So I don't usually let the brain live long enough to mind break me. I usually just one-shot it. In this run, I'll be attacking in a way where it never does brain quakes anyway. So 8 int won't matter there either.
Thirsty yet?
I know I like it, but I've done a dedicated shillelagh build, so I'm a bit biased. Yeah, just my perspective is with less experience with the effect than Trade has, and a different perspective on the value of casting
Penitent looks
stats.
at you, sign. There's the slightest.
Streams are packed with so much information. Get an editor break and each into shorts for tips and tricks. You know, thousands of clips, not glazing you, just facts. I appreciate that. It's something I've thought about, but I don't know. The way I like making content and interacting with you guys is the long form stuff where we have these discussions. It doesn't really lend itself super well to sort of bite-sized algorithm food. And I'm okay with that.
You, sign. There's the
Not really in it to go viral or anything. Getting up Saravok while transformed? No. Dominated people will go with you when you fast travel Third Monkey, as long as you're not in combat. So I didn't necessarily kidnap him, he just followed me. For long form content too, more to chew on, give me that nuance. Yes ma'am. Right there with you.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Something
Yeah, we
cooking
need to
right
recap
there?
some of these things in condensed way at the end of each combo, then clip it.
Most of my
That's
wares
like
can take
work,
an eye
yeah.
right out.
Honestly, I consume Twitch so much I'm biased towards these podcast-like streams. So I get to do stuff while listening. Same. Getting low on money. I probably need to start stealing again soon. And we didn't even hit double digit on the potions I was actually doing this for.
What'll it be?
Thirsty yet?
Monster at this game. I am a nerd with severe ADHD
penitent
who
looks
likes
at you,
picking apart
sign. There's
games
the
and surrounds himself with other people who are similar in at least 2 of those categories. So, yeah. Hey, Nevisir. It's been a minute. Hope you're okay. It's good to see you. What was I doing? See, ADHD. I never finished robbing the bank. 82 darkness arrows is a good supply. Let's see what Dareth has, and let's see how much Shark can craft. Prefer to condense science into writing, not one for curated edited stuff. Even if the science is frightening. Yeah, Trade. I feel that. Robes have some actual use, so many to think must be for something. Which robes? Miney and... Is that how I say it? Correct me. If I get anyone's names wrong, please correct me. Which robes are you referring to?
Anyway, take your pick.
I guess we're at 11 flight potions. Only 9 invis feels real shit, though. Withering Cut's probably one of my new favorite abilities, is how stupid you can make it. Duel's Prerogative is an awesome weapon for so many reasons. I'm really not surprised that that goes crazy. Oh, we actually did end up doing okay on crafting mats. That's something. And now let's make a save. Okay, so I have 13 invis pots, 14 flight pots. That is potentially enough to get through a few of the encounters we have on the table. I think I could do Seal Wash Foundry. Ask a question about a specific loot from a vendor? Absolutely, the Reacher. What's your question? I think I can handle the Steel Watch Foundry section right now. Let's do Shifter's Boon. Smuggler's Ring. Plus 10 should be enough. Cloud Giant. I need to turn into a gnome here. Dwarf would be good for Dwarven thrower damage, but I don't think I need it. Now we switch to Ring of Shadows. Now we do Crusher's Ring. So my sleight of hand is plus 13. Okay. Ever made a build Dancing Breeze or seen one? I've messed around with it a little bit. It's hard to justify because of the 3 two-handable finesse weapons, it's the least desirable. Whirlwind Attack is good, but it's once per long rest, and once you've used that up, Lorethian's Wrath and Fowler Alluve are both just better weapons.
I don't need any attention right now.
Moonrise Towers, Land Tower sells gloves with dueling, which would be good for my bard. He's dead now. Can I not have the gloves at all now? Correct. If he didn't drop them, they're gone. Vendors will only drop, in most situations, their 3 most expensive items, unless you otherwise specifically manipulate them. The good news is, those gloves aren't very good. So, there are replacements. Or elixir for AC other than Barkskin, because that's only 16. There is not.
It's a friendly looking shadow.
Feeling burnt out of BG3 and streaming overall. Need to find a better way to combine streaming and a full-time job. Lola's home now, though, and we're getting along really well. That's great. Love to hear it. How about you? I'm doing okay. Not burnt out on BG3 yet, somehow, despite doing runs like this. Which does surprise me.
Just out of view.
I just drank the wrong potion. It's fine. I was thinking about what's happening 2 rooms from now, so I used the wrong consumable. Do I care about any of the items here? No, no I don't. Rope. Trying to off-turn sneak attack, Polar Master and Sentinel on a Rogue Battle Master build, Dancing Breeze concur, that just doesn't provide a lot. Yeah.
I will.
Pull me out of turn-based mode. That's so rude.
Turn should do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the other two-handable finesse weapons are in Act 1, and you can use them with shields, you can dual-wield them if necessary for flexibility, and they have abilities of their own that make them desirable, so it's not hard to justify them. Justify Dancing Grease, rather.
Adjusted the watch's rotary.
Alright, so there's a specific key I need to steal from a specific person. I don't remember which person has the key. Let's- Is it Hans that has the key? Yes, it is. Okay. Does rope have some use? No, it's vendor trash. Gonna keep up and going, don't mind asking this full-time job. It is, just because this is kind of what I settled into during the pandemic, and I am in a situation where my expenses are low due to being close to family, and I am not of health where I felt confident doing other things while COVID was raging at its peak, so I really doubled down and settled in on this. I make enough for my expenses. Don't do particularly well or anything, but it's enough to live on due to me having a good support system. Alright, who's the target? I feel like it's you? No, that's a Gondian over there. That guy.
Oh, my hand slipped from your pocket to mine. On my way.
If you open that door without the key, all the Gondians die. You ever notice there's lava pits here? I did. Hey, call me Sal. Thank you for the 3 months. Ads make me upset, understandably. Thank you so much. Oh, ropes. Right, I see. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, just a vendor trash item.
Seems like the best way. No hesitation. Out of sight, out
I don't actually have that many hammers, I need to be
That should
careful.
work. And away I go. Better be cautious. Hope this ends well. Maybe I should. No. This is good.
We slam a construct slang arrow. Self-destructing.
Here goes nothing.
Exclamation mark build if you want to see it running here.
This calls for careful.
If you get the feet stream, pay me more.
And away I go. Can't miss being over you. Alright then. Alright then.
It's wild to me, I have no words.
Whisper.
Best way to not have to worry about difficult combats is to avoid the combats starting.
Alright. Time to skulk about. Good idea, I think. Better be cautious. First step is the hardest. Good idea, I think. Don't want to draw any attention.
Blinding steel watchers when the steel watcher help is blind immunity. Beautiful elegance and the general shithousery of this method. At the end, where your character turn back and forth, they line up their next axe throw. It's wonderful. I'm glad you enjoyed, Pogler. It is very satisfying. I do agree.
Should get started.
And this is one of those strats that halflings do make more consistent. I should mention.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Bet that will fit in my pack.
You need to loot back my throwables. Antics. Yeah, definitely up to some antics here.
Alright. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Here goes nothing. First step is the hardest. This calls for careful footwork.
How are you not blinded? Did you find a pocket? Funny.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Real question, is the halfling half full or half empty? Depends on how much they ate. Excuse me. And the line to the bathroom. Excuse me.
Breathe deep and move.
Let's see, thank you. Boo, deserved. Battlemonk's still weak class? Yeah, of course. Paladin could have done this better. Give me my hammer. So now we're gonna sneak around and grab all my throwables again. I do have to actually start a combat for the Watcher Titan to spawn in. But I have options. I can start the combat and then run the fuck away. That'll be the idea. Just to ambush her here. Assist with that venture. Do I actually need a vigilance here? I prefer to be safe. Hello?
Time to press ahead.
Well, this is a new one. Hello? Well, it's supposed to... There's supposed to be a boss here. What's the initiative in that bad boy? Not that high, but I'm scared. Run invalid. Alright, let's see. Wait for this cat to disappear. It might be because no one in the Foundry has seen me at all. I might... Here's an idea. I might need to Connor one of these Hellfire Watchers alive again, so that it can see me so that the fight can start. I might need to do that. I don't want to do that, but, like, we'll see. I need to wait for this cat to disappear first. What do you do during practice runs? I didn't kill all 3 of them before combat started. So I think that is perhaps a no-no. Hello. Goodbye. Alright, yeah, someone needs to be here to see me. Is my current problem. Start a fight? I need Connor. I don't have Connor on me right now. I guess I could dolly board out. And I have to sneak back in. Ugh. So annoying. Scratch? I can't start a fight with Scratch here. Also, I'm not allowed to use summons. Connor's different. He's not quite a summon.
like you want dope.
Neural. Now I'm very encumbered. Oh, I could... What if... Do we do the Connor answer or do we do the silly answer? Also, how far have we fallen that Connor is no longer the silly answer? You know what I'm thinking? I know what I'm thinking too.
Right tool will do the trick.
Never whipped him out, fun to watch. I do have to kill that spectator for the rules of this run, so, like, maybe this is how I do it.
I don't need any attention right now.
I heard you were disciplined by Overseer Holtz, Dread Brother. When instructing a Gondian, my enthusiasm overtook me. I cut off her hand. Clumsy. What good are they without their limbs?
Oh.
Indeed. I had to dispose of her.
Can't slow down.
Your hand shakes, Gondian. Tell me, what was your friend's name?
My husband's name was
It's been an age since Vortex has last existed.
Lord Gortash.
Don't let me forget Connor here.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. God, what the hells? There was a creature trapped inside.
Boo. Wait, okay. Now, actually.
Moving ahead.
Oh. No? Unfortunate. Well, we tried. I don't know if this thing can still do its beams when it's paralyzed. I'm actually completely unsure about that, so I'm not gonna chance it. Aberration slaying arrows are for spectators. I have no other use for them.
There's a friendly looking shadow.
You're just gonna hang out in the air all creepy like that? That's great.
Just out of view.
Ugh, nerfs. Get over there, Connor.
Don't want to draw any attention.
This medication!
Yeah, that worked. I'm surprised.
One day, I'll catch a break. This calls for careful footwork. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Like that tech, Connor Mancy Steel Watch. Don't really need initiative for you. Back to Cloud Giant. Go under Mountain King. Flinging. Actually, what are your resists? You don't resist magical slashing. Okay, so I can just throw hammers and hand axes and they're all fine. I can put on the dead shot here.
No hesitation. Can't risk being in a view. Maybe I should. No, this is good. Seems like the best way. If
Yeah, Empty, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs. Currently, we're doing a solo honor, no hit, with heavy restrictions. I'm stealthing my way through some boss fights. I need to keep a mental 3 count for a moment, so I will bear with you in just a minute. We're almost done with this. Okay, I can take a second now. Hope you're doing swell. It's such a crazy challenge run. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, for anyone who wants to see the full rule set, it's a lot. Fellow challenge runner Kaylee, go check her out, by the way. Concocted this rule set and she completed it on her 10th attempt as an arcane trickster rogue. She's currently working on her second go at it, 4th attempt on Gale, playing as a wizard. But I decided I'd do the run as a shadow monk. So mod for 1 HP. That's why my total's 1, despite being level 12. If I go below 1 HP, that's run over. No summons or companions. No respeccing, no barrelmancy, no tadpoles, no illithid transformations. I have to kill all bosses, everything that has a legendary action. I have to complete all companion quests, including saving Minsk and Minthara. I can't use deluxe edition stuff, no multiclassing, no scrolls. And before getting to Act 3, I wasn't allowed to go backwards in maps. I think I'm out of the blast radius on this. I think.
Breathe quiet. Move. Yeah. These boots have seen everything.
Hey, Splicended, how are you? Should do it. Explosion? Killed you outright? Okay. That's that. Ooh. How many darkness arrows did I go through in this whole endeavor? 22? They go fast. Yeah, thank you again so much for the raid. Let me scroll up, catch up on chat, be an actual decent streamer. And thank you for the raid back. Seriously, really appreciate it. What'd you get up to? What was your stream? Hate to raid and run 2 AM? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the time difference. Go. Get some rest. Thank you, as always. Chat, those of you who are already here, please go follow. Lovely person, lovely energy. I wish I could watch more, but, you know, time difference. Playing Skyrim, expert level survival mode to cheat. Ooh, let's go. I never actually got good at Skyrim. I may go back and watch through the VOD. Skyrim's one of those games that a lot of people love. I never quite loved it, though maybe I should just forgive it for not being Oblivion. I'm an Oblivion enjoyer.
Open up.
Self to play Oblivion. It's so goofy. It's just a silly game. Every Bethesda-ism is in that game, and it's a ride. And Sean Bean and Sir Patrick Stewart. can dollyport out of here now.
Anything you want to say? Hey!
Big Beat's such a great place for the community. Quag, looking around. Thank you so much. For anyone very confused by what I just did, having Dolly thrice pissed off at you, she will turn you into an animal for 1 round, and during that round, you are allowed to use fast travel points, even from areas, most areas, you're not allowed to normally. We call it dollyporting. So it just lets me get out of the foundry faster. What other legendary actions do we still have? I could go deal with Orin real quick. Should I? I maybe should. Plus 10. I guess I would do Sentinel Shield and then unequip it. Yeah, alright. Let's go kill Orin. Now, this is one of those fights where I'm doing this when I have to run and take a bathroom break right now. So, not in the, not the best level of preparedness. And also, if the strat fails, and I somehow live, I will need to concoct a strat on the fly. I have some options, I have some tools, but something I will need to be very aware of. You can see the no scrolls rule last time I read. Just landed on the head of the invisible ballast there. Yeah, no scrolls definitely complicates a lot. No scrolls increases the value of classes that innately have stealth features by quite a bit. Because it's not like we can just pop darkness scrolls and biz scrolls. No. Invisible barbarian ballast.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Stop the Baal amulet. Tremble, will you?
Alright, so I think I'm gonna do this before I can think too much. Let me double check Orin's initiative here. I don't want to get too close. She's got... You only need plus 10 to beat Orin? Really? Like, actually? She just has perfect centric? Ain't no way. Okay. Oh, hey, I wasn't invisible.
Oh, did it think it could protect? Did it think it could save?
Well, we have to back up strat. I forgot to invis. This is why you don't do things while you have to pee. That's fine. I can't do the primary strat, but now we just do things in a more interesting way.
All right.
Running away? Absolutely. Alright, so the original plan was to throw Orin, but I just straight up forgot to drink Invis because I had convinced myself at the start of this rest, hey, don't use Invis pots unless you absolutely fucking have to. My mental conditioning worked a little too well. I just didn't Invis. I just jumped in with my whole Quagussy. So what this means now is I need to deplete Orin's unstoppable stacks, without her being put in combat with me. I also need to stop the people who are chanting from chanting. Now, I have a few ideas on how to do that, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick before we start actually sciencing this. Alright, I'm back. You wanna fill up the Quagussy? Oh, okay. Battle fleeing from stream to beat the Quagussy allegations? Of course, of course. Okay, so here's why Orin is a problem. If you hit her, she hits you. It is not an attack roll, it is damage. So if Orin hits me, I die. Meaning, if I hit Orin, I die. Now, how can we get around that? I can use a seeded crit with Luck of the Firearms, or not, not Luck of the Firearms, not in this run. With Executioner and Surgeon Subjugation. I can paralyze her. But only after Unstoppable is gone. Basically, we're at a point where I need to damage Orin 12 times without her attributing that damage directly to me. And I need to stop Boon of Ball from happening. So, very high likelihood of me losing the run here, due to just not peeing before jumping. There's a lesson in that. But we are going to, throw some stuff at this. Plus 11 is not enough, is it? Can't build a Great Tower while invisible. Right. I don't think a Caustic Brine Surface would be attributed to me. So maybe that is an option.
Don't waste a step.
Alright. Here's what I'm thinking.
Softer than a whisper. Come now.
Stealth failed,
So sleepy.
but they still stopped. Okay. Just need to do that to all of them.
Made a right mess of his hand. Peeled the skin from it myself.
Doing a crime response.
I dropped him outside the fort.
Book of Shadows can't decide if that's light or not.
Very well.
Better be cautious.
But none of them are chanting anymore.
Have to keep going.
Which does mean that Baal's Edict is no longer a problem. Should I put that out?
Can't risk being an open view.
Book of Shadow stuff so amazing. Imagine not having any abilities and you're out of spells and charges. Need a short rest potion here while I'm still invisible. Get my key points back. So because nobody here has Bloody Favor anymore, Orin doesn't replenish Unstoppable stacks, but these guys will join the fight rather than standing there chanting. So that's the next problem to be solved. I would try making surfaces around Orin, but if an explosion gets caused, she probably attributes that to me, hits me, and I die. Nobody flash blinders anymore. Alright, here's what I'm thinking. I already had Featherfall, though.
How much farther can I go? Out of sight. Out of sight.
They are willing to run through that. Orin isn't, but proof of concept.
Up and down. So many places to puncture and let the air leak out.
Oh, she actually went for it this time.
Priests raising in congregations, mothers serving their own babes for supper.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I just need to get Orin to mess up and step through the actual poison.
All right, time to skulk about.
Ah, Cloak of Shadows failed me there. Okay, that's fine. Concept's working out, though. Who died? Was it Yenna? Okay, yeah, Yenna died. I said earlier, educated guess about the new subclass, probably pretty likely Shadow Sorcerer getting something very similar to the exact same abilities, Shadow Step. Yeah, they pretty much stated that.
Taste.
I'm hoping it's at level 6, but most likely it'll be level 11. Which is unfortunate, but not unexpected.
Just out of view.
You said Orin to step in this purple worm toxin enough. Yeah, that gets rid of Unstoppable. Okay. This is how we do it. I convince Orin to run through Purple Worm Toxin until she is, out of Unstoppable. Science and a live run I'm seeing. Yeah, Kidda. I had to pee, so I forgot the invis when I was jumping in for Orin. So now we're inventing a new strat. Isn't that great?
Never wanted the easy part.
Six. That should be the last unstoppable stack dealt with.
Out of sight. Out of mind. Small slice. Not yet.
I'm too short. I'm too short right now. By Orin. I wanted her loot, but seems that isn't happening. This. Still disengage. Still 96 meters of movement. Alright, that's how you, recover. So not having Orin's clothes does mean my calcs for damage on the brain are going to be a little bit off. That could end up making final boss more difficult.
And it knows it. We must seize the third stone before it breaks free.
We'll see. Imagine if we'd step in the poison now. I'm immune. Monk perks. How bad is that hurt not having her loot? So Orin's clothes add +1 damage to everything you do. My strategy for dealing damage to the final boss is throwing bombs and making them explode 9 times each. So each of those instances getting an extra 1 adds up quickly. Not having that makes me more prone to missing the 1-round kill due to bad RNG. Now, the 2-round kill should still be on the table, even in that instance. Should be. In the absolute worst case, I have to get it on the 3rd round, because after that point, we're starting to get into a situation where I may not have any floor left to throw bombs at. I did go through way too many of my consumables here, but this is okay. It's so quick, it's gotta be fast food. I hope that was enjoyable. Sorry I was very quiet in the process here. Minor Illusion's such a treat to have. I'm of the opinion that Minor Illusion is comfortably the most impactful cantrip in the game, and nothing else is close. Yes, I'm aware of the existence of Guidance. Guidance is very, very good. Minor Illusion is on a whole other tier. Spike Growth goes so hard. I don't know if they'd be willing to run after a Minor Illusion into Spike Growth. I know they're willing to run into Cloud of Daggers. I don't know if they would run into Spike Growth. Trap for Orange to bully her with impractical spells like Flush Stone or Contagion. Contagion is great. You just need to set it up ahead of time, but Contagion's awesome. I too would repeatedly stroll over toxic fluids just for a chance to pet an illusory cat. Same. She's just like us for real. Yeah, Dade gets it too. We appreciate how it came with the fix so fast for problem created. It's one of those things, the Rev, where I would have stressed about the engaging in the fight more if I didn't have an idea of how to recover. So that was, if anything, that was a good example of what not to do. I was way too casual about that. And I had a backup strat that I thought would work. And it did. Love how they just choose not to start chanting again after the first silence bubble. Like, nah, we're done for the day. We got shushed. Another monk perk. Silence is uncommon. Shadow Monk gets it. Slay, literally. Minor Lu should have a cooldown or something. You'd probably. Speaking objectively, yeah, it probably should. Alright, what legendary actions do we have left? We have Raphael. We have Kudanos. We have Gortash. We have the 2 spectators in the House of Hope and the 1 in the courtyard. And we have the Brain. What companion storyline stuff do we have left? Iron Throne, which we go to after talking to Gortash. Yeah. Actually, I'm not going to have that dexterity for long. Switch from this to this to disguise. Go talk to Gort now. 3 spectators in Act 3. Yeah, there's 3 in Act 3, 2 in Act 1. The second one from Act 1 I only killed in Act 3, but yeah. Balancing illusion spells are notoriously difficult. Either they win the encounter, they do nothing, little in between in my experience. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there, Keta. Now, our Gortash strat involves actually, killing him at the Netherbrain. At the Netherbrain, at the Morphic Pool. So we will be securing our alliance with him right now. Because this will allow us to, once we have locked this in with him, we can go do the Iron Throne. Without voiding the deal. I will lose access to Worm's Rock as a friendly location, but that's just one vendor.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Yeah, be very careful here. Setting off any of the traps is considered vandalism by the Steel Watchers here. Really quite absurd. I think I almost stepped on one. But yeah, just stepping on any of the stun traps, even when you're allowed to be here, they'll attack you. And if you stepped on one, you probably got stunned. Now, I do wonder about... Do I just blood money this nerd? It could be a fun way of dealing with him, too. But I'm not gonna. Low Gort.
We will hand me the nether stones and we will
Keep mine, you keep yours. Stones stay with me.
Let's rehearse this one more time. Tell me what you were doing in the house.
What is it this time?
I don't need any more construct slaying arrows, but it doesn't hurt to have more dragon slaying. Well, actually, I do have enough now, I think. 37 should be enough for Kudanos. I guess I wouldn't mind more Roaring Thunder arrows. Let's steal from back here. There's a speed pot, strength pot, heroism, okay armor, not worth getting caught. Carry him out with everybody's weapon while invis and throw him off. That works too.
Teresa's caress. Oh,
That's a common way of dealing with him. I've been considering pivoting to that, but the thing about that is I've not practiced it. If I'd practiced that, I'd be doing it with confidence. But what I have practiced is, luring him into a hole at the Morphic pool. That's funny, so.
What do you need?
Fiend slaying, yes, please. How many bombs do I have on me? I know I have a surplus in Jahir's inventory. I only have 18 on me. We'll be fine for the moment.
We're shopping for a suit. Dinner with my parents, remember?
I remember the strat for the last one. So, what I do is, where he's hanging out in the Morphic pool, I pick a fight with him. And then I lure him over to where that intellect glutton ambush is. And if they're still alive, depending on whether I've killed them ahead of time or not, I'll kind of decide when I get there. Then he'll fight them. But I will more likely kill them myself so that he doesn't get in a fight with them. Because I don't want him to turn into his Avatar of Tyranny form, because that makes him harder to push. If he enters Avatar of Tyranny, then I have to push him with Gust of Wind or Thunder Wave. Rather than pushing him with a push or a throw. I just basically get him to where that ambush is while he is human-sized, and I push him into one of the holes. That's it. This does require me starting a fight with him, beating him in initiative, and then kiting him far enough to where he dashes towards me. And I do need to stay out of his bomb range, because he will throw bombs. Now, I have evasion, so not the worst situation, but he will throw bombs. Oh yeah, we do have this now, too. Good bow. Copy Mark strat work without a hitch. The thing about that, well, I know you're joking. The thing about that is, I don't know the spots to push him off the level of Worm's Rock where his office is. I know some of the spots in the Coronation level, but the office level I don't know. Now, I could still just go improvise melee, waypoint abduct him, in all honesty, to somewhere else. And maybe I do. Maybe I change my mind. But the problem is I have to do the Iron Throne. Excuse me. And doing the Iron Throne will cause Worm's Rock to no longer be a safe area. Now, maybe I move him out of Worm's Rock and then do the Iron Throne. I don't know if he would get moved back. I've not tested that. But that's another thing I should have looked at in routing. Let's see if there's another one. Excuse me. I apologize. Thank you for the bless and everything.
What can I do?
Look him Southspan, carrying right around the corner, the racist fist stands as a kill spot to shove. From right here, does that do enough damage? Also, the other point, Kara, is I need to do Iron Throne. Part of Will's storyline. Even though it isn't, but, like, part of it. Racist fist narrows nothing down. Yes, and that exact strat. Okay, so that's enough to kill. So I could stash him here, do Iron Throne, come back, see if he's still here. I don't know. Morphic Pool seems to work better. And unless I can get up there to the top floor where he hangs out. Like, I can go do the Iron Throne, then blow up the Foundry so there's no Steel Watchers in the city anymore. If you blow up the Foundry, is the Iron Throne still there?
And if a patron confuses me for a member of...
I'd probably break his nose. Good.
Game TP's in back to his office. Thank you, Exile Fate. That was the information I needed. Question yourself. Tested your method before. Yeah, I shouldn't deviate. I really shouldn't. You're right. Like, the thing about the Foundry is I don't need to blow it up. I already beat the boss.
You think I will only if you're quick.
Here for your Darkness Arrows. How am I doing on Fiend Slaying? 37. Should be fine. Take more Aberration Slaying, though. Elemental, sure. I'll take Fiend to change my mind. Arcus for Darkness Arrows.
A rune powder bomb? Ah, what the devil has he become?
What do I get Elemental Slaying? These are for meatballs.
Please.
Yeah, I'll speak to the Barcus, sure. Resource acquisition.
See the city. Up on the hill.
It's up there and we're down here.
That's why we need to walk just a little more.
You know what the funny thing about this is? I might be able to save Auntie Ethel's charm for the actual finale now.
Back off and return to your homes. That's an order.
Why don't you protect us instead of
That's what's left.
the Outlanders?
Legendary action-wise, what do I even have left? Nothing before the finale. We could maybe beat the game today. Maybe? What am I missing?
I heard you helped
Legendary action-wise.
When I tried to fool a sharpie like you, have a look.
Cazador, Raphael. This is Raphael, yeah. But like, other than Raphael, Cazador's dead already. Like Raphael, Iron Throne, Danos. Also will knock Emperor off the edge in the astral plane during final session there. No, Mind Flayers can't be knocked off the edge. And also, he just disappears when you do anything. I believe Rox tested outright one-shotting him and he still got away.
Here we are, Griselda.
Welcome. You see to peruse the special goods.
Hate to do it, but we might be once again in Invis Light Potion Jail.
Make trouble.
Maybe.
You're going to hire all the refugees.
Is there water there? How did I do that?
Clean enough to clean Crimson's cage, but not enough to organize.
I'll spit ice arrows. 7 disguise kits on me, more in reserve. Barrelmancy him to 0 HP to make sure he dies. No ATPs. That's the dragon. Back ready for cutscene. Completely unscathed. You're in the Iron and knows who the Emperor to pieces. At the brand on my run. Sounds intensely satisfying. Fuck the Emperor. Except not that way. Don't fuck the Emperor that way. Or do. I mean, you're an adult. I have more thieves' tools in storage. You met us? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. Back to Lower City Central. We start liquidating stuff that I don't need from storage. I need to... I don't think I need Rapture for the House of Hope. But if I don't use it there, what will I use it for? I could just bypass getting Rapture entirely. I love fighting mind players. Talked to Astronomer the other day. They said their workplace banned Twitch. They can't watch your streams anymore. Thought I'd let you know they're doing very well, though. I'm glad to hear they're doing well. I was worried. I have to do M-Sprain myself. Oh yeah, trade. I mean, which countermeasures are you going for again? Fighter, Ranger... Was that it? Don't need Spore Keeper because I have Landfall. Fighter, Ranger, Claire. Gotcha. Don't need Foebreaker because I have Adamantine Mace. I'll carry an extra stack of bombs. And more thunder arrows. Even more over here. Probably gonna go Squid. Eps as a scroll bot, nothing else. Makes sense. Yeah, you could just have Emps standing there clicking Chain Lightning, I guess. Just have him Terrazul and double Chain Lightning every turn. I could Broken Promises at some point here too. Because once it wears off, we're gonna have the -1 strength, but once we're in the Act 3 finale, we get the +1 strength from Nathaniel. But what elixir do I run there? Do I run Vigilance or do I run Cloud Giant? I don't remember. I'll have to think about that. Sales. Sale. How old is that song? How tragic if only Pure Class Hunter wasn't comically strong. Meme everything with Nebulous Black Hole and Volley.
We can knock a little off.
Bold to assume things are gonna survive Nebulous Black Hole to be volleyed. I don't think I need more Featherfall at this point. Dying. Hi, Mustard. How are you? Yeah, I'll take more Rogue Morsel. I'm encumbered now. I guess that makes sense. I'm carrying too many throwables, but it's not something I want to do anything about at present. Sorry, again, I'm thinking. Carry weight wise, I can't realistically afford to carry this many arrows into the house. There's no undead left that I have to fight at all. Then undead's laying away. Monstrosity? Acid arrows are not very useful relative to the other ones. Oh no, you have too many haste 4 grenades. First time for everything.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
I want you to know, Kara, that I almost apologized after reading your message.
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
I want you to take my eye out, my brown eye if possible. I guess we should go tell Minthara or instead, huh? Did nerf the Emperor by yoink the staff. I wish Imperial Retaliation worked. It'd be very cool.
Already feeling better.
You found the opposite of the haste 4 deficit RNG seed. I think I only used one haste 4 grenade this entire run, Mustard.
I do not often doubt myself. But surviving Orin took courage and strength I was not sure I had. I could not have faced her without you. But we... You wish to consult me? A smaller part than I had hoped. You know me well. Orin could make... It was only... Peel. No matter how perfect... I did see myself there.
Why we love Minthara, I mean, other than
version of myself.
The introspection.
But recognizable nonetheless.
I skipped through a lot of it, but basically, she sees too much of herself in Orin. Orin, who is objectively batshit insane and a problem and needed to be put down. Minthara's like, if I'm similar to that, what does that say? Like, an evil character who has self-awareness, still has empathy, still has some semblance of a moral code, even though she willingly commits atrocities and does not care about the morality attached to said things. But she understands the difference between right and wrong.
What was I
Just
when
a
you first knew
multifaceted
me?
character. She's great, and
Before
I want
you
her to
ever
crush me with her
knew
thighs.
me. A mad woman, butchering prey in the name of a god who would discard me without a thought once I was no longer of use. Baal, Lolth.
I'll take the writing in this game is good.
Absolute.
I think so.
They
I
do
think
not
so.
have
You might be the first
followers.
person to say that.
They only have victims, and they reward devotion with death. It is only because of you that I did not meet the same fate as Orin. Lost to madness and blood. If you had killed me when we first met, I would have
Never
been
commit
just
atrocities
one
with me
more
any day of the
casualty
week.
of your crusade
Get in line.
against the absolute. And nobody would remember me.
Question about Orin. Shot her shapeshifter form of the dying guy near the cave. Noticed once the journalist had the ability drain on her Orin. Orin take that ability drain through to her fight. Yes, Creative Duda. So a really cool thing you can do. No, you can line. Okay, sorry. Really cool thing you can do is if you toggle on dual wielding, and then you hit her twice. At each of her locations. So at the two people she's impersonating, and then if you time it well, when she's running up to you, when you're in the sewers, you can get her again there too. You can get 6 stacks of ability drain on Orin. And if you put all those on dexterity, you can reduce her dexterity, which is also her initiative and armor class, from 22. You get what I'm saying. You reduce it by 6 from there. It's very impactful. It's a good strat. You can also reduce her strength if you want to make the Slayer less able to hit you. Or do less damage overall.
You wish
I
to
support
consult
women's
me.
wrongs. Amen.
Yes, it is already living up to the legend. But I am glad you recognize he is rather fond of himself. Ketherick was reliant on his god instead of his own strength. When we have all 3 Netherstones and control I am yours. Come to me.
And he can divine smite this Goblussy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You are exquisite.
No, you. Stop dying. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, yeah, I think Astarion still thinks we're romancing. I just haven't talked to him. Taking up blunt weapons and improvised divine smite would apply. Oh, so Automat's fine with that. I mean, alright, hear me out. So, in the cutscene where Aelin goes, the wretch, and starts stomping Ketherick, should have been me, by the way. You can see her foot is glowing on that first stomp, you know, the one from the top rope. So does that mean the DM allowed her to smite on a stomp? If so, that means Aelin can smite with any body part. So, in this presentation, I will explain to you why... If you were wondering how Isabel died. reclassing the paladin so I can smite with his ass. The sound effect, dude. It's appropriate. Oh, so NPC paladins get to have fun. They do. Mods, I got you. I got you.
The penitent looks at you silently. There's the slight.
Thirsty yet?
We get his oath of panties. Yeah. Yeah.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
It's interesting having too many speed pots as well. I maybe don't need to buy more, but also it'd be stupid for me not to buy them as they come up. I'm still buying them. Like, I really don't think I need them. Weird place to be.
What can I do for you?
Paladin Paladon. Nice.
Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Oathbreaker, more like backbreaker. Fucking love that emote. By the way, I go follow Dade just because, like, these conversations are exactly how her streams just kind of go, and it's fucking great. And go sub for that emote because it's great. There's something else I needed, and I cannot remember. I guess we just keep doing this. I got me want to try Solo Honor. Oh, oh. You'd crush it. You'd crush it. I don't need to... I need to use camp supplies here. Nervous about solo though, because I've only finished full party honor once. You could start with duo. I do recommend duo as a jumping off point, because it gets you used to having fewer actions on your side of the field and stuff. I completed a duo before I did any solos. I've only done 2 duos ever, but the first one of those was before I had any solo completions. They have use for the Toothpick of Night and I don't like it. Is it just for the Moonbeam trade? Because, like, that's the big thing that I fixate on with that. I guess you did drop some knowledge about how Moon Mode is good. So you can, what, use Toothpick of Night for useful things twice? For long rest? Well, what else are you thinking? Do I need more Cloud Giant? No, but I'll bag. I'll bag. Let me bag this stuff. Hey, Pris. I think Moat might be good for wild shapes that applies to unarmed and cast then shapeshift. Is that more damage than just concentrating on Hex or something? I mean, I guess for AoE. Sure. Thank you so much for the 49 months. 49 more like 69. Let's go.
What can I do for you? Of course.
Thank you so much. That's a long time. I really appreciate that, Dex.
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city.
Did I ever get anointed in Splendor? I guess I don't need it now. But on the off chance I fuck up something.
49 more like 69 or Quag fine. Am I right, fellas?
Uh-huh. Thanks.
The penitent looks
Appreciate
at
you and your
silently,
hour.
expectant. There's this.
Stomach is making interesting noises. Probably not. Wild shapes don't get too many damage boosts. It's interesting. Absolute menace of community quacks cultivated is a beauty to behold. I take that as very high praise. Hey, Dubsy, thank you so much for the 8 months. But for mobile summing, because Apple's can't work. Yeah, that extra. Yeah. Save your money.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Had to switch from mobile subbing cause Apple or scam artists. Quag jiggling.
Thank you so much, Dubs. It's good to see you. Dex, thank you for gifting a sub to Shake's Patience. Very kind. Gnome shape. We're gonna do a bit of crime here. Getting all the correct gear on. Be fine. No, I did get anointed in Splendor already. I already have
Don't
it.
be shy. This armor can't keep you alive if it's sitting here with me.
Nobody believes in the cat wild shapes. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, the amount of downplay of the saber-tooth tiger in particular. Like, Panther's awkward. I get people not wanting to commit to Panther. It is a bit scuffed. But Sabertooth's just fucking good.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Using a 5-finger discount. Well, that's interesting.
Happy holidays, how's everyone been? I've been good. Encumbered. Stuff in Halsin's inventory for right now. Other vendors I can steal from. Yeah, there's some scroll vendors. Actual robbery.
What path lies before me?
I do want to do more Slayer form inclusive runs. It's been a while since I played Dark Urge at this rate. Slayer form is a very fun tool. Still underrated. You could do so many different build things with that. I don't think I need Koku's boots anymore, but hold them. Amulet of Ball just doesn't work on honor mode, so I can just send that to camp. It wasn't me, it was Halson. You saw it.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Still encumbered? What do you mean? What do you mean by this? Been great, just busy. Got a 4.0 last semester. Nice. Just most of what I was doing and working. My dad just got a puppy. Been pup sitting for him. He's adorable. That all sounds great, Dubsy. Very happy things have been going well. And that you've been crushing it with the grades. No more duos with humans, remember, since some of your partners have been turned from chest, you're robbing, make the guards stop them for stealing. Yeah, that happened to me a few times. Being the charisma character in duos with Mark, sometimes he would just send stuff to me while I was talking to someone, and then they'd interrupt the conversation to attack me for stealing. Happened while I was AFK once.
I'll give it a shot. Not as bad as it could have.
Plenty of knowledge to be found in these books and scrolls.
And also give them castigated by divinity. Oh, that's fucked up.
Better be cautious. Let's see what you're hiding. Using a 5-finger discount.
Really?
That's a friendly looking shadow. Let's get in and out. I can take what I please. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Interesting selection. From your pocket to mine. What to choose? Surely no one will notice. Ah, nice. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Using a 5-finger discount. What to choose? Ah, nice. What to take?
Keep Revivify. In case Orpheus has an accident later.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
We're in business. We have money again. I guess I should go try to get Mole on my side. Let me use the Charm Person necklace for that. No hit 3. What happened to the other 2? Oh, they got hit. Now, getting Mole as an ally here doesn't really do much. It's just buffer. If I somehow colossally fuck up and the dominated red dragon gets to do some sort of fire near me, having an additional 5 fire DR is Nothing.
Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop.
I should move this kid down to Undercity Ruins as well.
So fine jewelry.
Transportation.
Ready to do some business? Give me that. As for what that is, well, I knew you'd understand. Everyone's owned by somebody. Might as well sign up to be on the winning
Advantage.
team. I
Cool.
Yourself bought a very fine hat from me.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Another vendor for the pile. More bonus if you get someone with that debuff, you'd make Diva's campaign spawn by throwing a healing pot at them. Okay, here's an idea, Mustard. If you pick up one of those chests, and then you bring it to somewhere where there's a person. Hey JD, how are you? You bring it to somewhere where there's a person. You open the pickpocketing UI with that person, so they become a valid send to target. You then right-click on something in the chest and send it to that person's inventory, so they're castigated by divinity. And if this works, do we then just apply a ton of stacks of castigated by divinity to an NPC and then heal them from stealth? Is this a new shitpost kill strat? I have to test this. I can't reasonably test this on this run because I don't want to die to the traps, but I gotta test that. That sounds so funny. That sounds so fun. Because, like, in theory, you could do that to Raphael. Fun fact, decade after the events of BD3, Undercity Quag Market celebrates its 10-year anniversary. It's part of the lore now. You could do that to Raphael. Just spawn an army of divas to fuck with him while you're fighting him in the House of Hope. Like, they'll die from their own radiant damage, but it'll still be funny. I like that idea a lot. Alright, long rest. You can do it to Corilla and Urgir too? Yes. Yes, you can. Urgir is harder, actually. Because you would have to do that specific sequence where Urgir shows up in your camp to have access to his inventory. And that happens before you have access to Lower City, doesn't it? It would remove fleeting protection. You could divine intervention with hope. I gotta test this strat. Basically, what I'm referring to here is...
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. What do we have here?
So while you have this open, right click and then see how Volo is under the send to thing.
Never wanted the easy path.
Yeah. So cascaded by divinity. Can you do it in duo? One opens inventory, other sends. That I don't know. Yeah, that I don't know.
Victor isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
I guess I'll take more vigilance because it allows me the flexibility to juggle my elixir slot more.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Not following what adds Sundabola, right click pickpocket menu. Yeah.
Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
We're not in the lower city, sir. We're in the undercity.
Thirsty yet?
The penitent looks at you.
All the traders here. Am I
silently.
missing something?
There's
I
the
abducted them.
slightest flicker.
They live here now. My barter is opposed to trading. More control over the transaction. If I put the wrong thing in, I'm not fucked.
Very well. Anyway, take your pick.
See the exact value of an entire transaction before I make it. Almost back up to 10 in biz pots. I don't feel like 10 is enough for my purposes, because I have to deal with the spectators, the entire Raphael room in one go. Vendors are weird, none of them seem to try to track down their one and most valuable customer. Let's just hope he stops by again with 50,000 more gold pieces and rotten carrots. And you go about abducting them, seems really convenient to improvise weapon them all there. That's exactly what I did. Improvise weapon and you fast travel while holding them. You do that? Yeah. There would be no other way of getting most of these NPCs here, because they're not in the same map. They're in the same load zone, but not the same map. Like, I would have to somehow get them in here, which would require fast traveling or dominate person. Especially Dammit, since he should be dead. Yeah, this is a run where I killed Aelin, so... Dammit is kind of used to being places where he's not supposed to be in this timeline. How you doing, Nico?
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed.
Doers over dead. True. Improvised weapon kidnap thief somewhere may be inconvenient. Sometimes it is easier to kill him that way. Yeah. Done a lot of relocation of NPCs in this run, whether it's through improvised melee, whether it's through minor illusion. Relocation as a strategy is very powerful.
Best victuals and cures in the lower
Is it bad that I'm still kind of a little bit brain foggy from the Orin thing? Like, maybe this is a weird Quag brain thing, but you ever have a case where you hyperfixate on something so hard that you just have, like, this extended period of mental fatigue afterwards? Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city. They say.
Thirsty yet?
I didn't close the UI here, sir. What are we doing, Terrazol? 43? Okay.
The penitent looks at you silently.
Real, absolutely. Yes, that's how fatigue works. I mean, it's...
This
is a very... I guess not uneventful. Simply executed weird strat on a boss like an hour ago, and I'm still kind of fucked up over it. But that is a strat I want to use more of. It worked out perfectly. For anyone who's not here, because I had the P, I forgot to invis when I jumped down to Orin's arena, so I had to disengage the combat immediately. And I didn't have an opportunity to throw her anymore, so I went around using silence to stop all of the cultists from chanting, so we wouldn't have to deal with Buddha Ball. All without starting combat. And then I made a purple worm toxin surface on the ground, and then minor illusioned Orin through it until she had no unstoppable stacks, and then I threw her in the pit. It was very fun. But it was because I messed up a very simple strat. Budget Viconia strat. Yeah, I ended up not using that on Viconia, but I did use it on Orin. And no one even bats an eye, it's never been worried, because it's quite... After that run that I lost to Orin a while ago, there's a barbarian, where I just didn't prep well for the fight. I am very invested in bullying Orin. Normal players always have a plan B. Quag always has a plan Z. Baldur's Gate 3 players need plan B around at all times, Danny. You know this.
Anyway, take your pick.
You're taking the bait, of course. Of course. You laid it out. You were very gracious. You earned that one. I just got back from walking the dog. How'd Orin go? So, I had to pee, so I wasn't thinking. So I jumped in without being invis. So I did have to do my backup strat that I had never tried, but it worked.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Ooh, out of money, finally. I think I can sell weapon-wise. I guess I don't at least expect it. Need more stuff to sell to damn. Still not peed. No, I did. I went and did it. Before doing the backup strat. I will sell Baldur's Toothpick. It'd be funny to use it on something, but there's really nothing left that I could. Right. awareness too. People play checkers, people like Quag play 4D chess. I wouldn't give myself that much credit. What it is just when you're challenge running, if you die to a thing, you don't ever want to die to that thing again. I've died to Orin, so I just have a huge section of my brain devoted to useless information about how Orin's mechanics work. And then that's sort of creating a framework for then I can plug in other game knowledge I have from playing this game way too fucking much. Useless. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. It's not that big a deal. Like, any of you guys can do it. And I'm just pushing you. The slime scandal at Last Light. Classic. Yep, that one's timeless.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be? Thirsty.
I can do it with the wiki open, not off your memory. I mean, I also have the wiki open. Let me tell you how many tabs of the wiki I have open right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Haha! The number again! I can't escape it. I actually have 34 tabs open.
Penitent looks at you, sigh. There's the slightest.
How many are the Rule 34 tabs? Don't make me answer that on stream, Danny. Amazing how much knowledge we have accumulated about the game we now consider everyday knowledge, expect everyone to have. That's true, Say. There's some things that are very fundamental to me that I have to stop and think like, oh, well, okay, maybe that isn't so easy. Not expect, more like assume, yeah.
Anyway, take your pick.
Dareth's inventory kind of consistently sucks in Act 3, and I'm not really sure why. I guess maybe it's possible the Noble Stock, the mushroom, eats inventory slots, but even in runs where I haven't given her the Noble Stalker inventory, it just kind of sucks in Act 3. The mushroom? Quag 34. I set Mr. Trade Secret 34 in defense position. Hey, Glub, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Very kind. Hope you enjoy the perks. Yada yada. You know the deal. Thank you. Mushroom takes much room. It's low hanging, but acceptable. You're here. The bad jokes are kind of expected.
Anyway, take your pick.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Take bad jokes over no jokes. Valid.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
I'm up to 88 darkness arrows. It's a good start.
Himself, so sometimes stuff we cell comes back around to us again.
I knew abducting this kid would help me. Don't put me on a list, Twitch.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be? Ben?
Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it
Thirsty yet?
Registration hall for challenge running is in the crush. Enter Wargaz room, turn left, turn statues going down through the door. To the right, few floors below. Yeah. See how someone does that? Tell you exactly how many times they played the game. By, you know, ballpark it by 10 runs.
That you silent bears the slight.
Let's see how many I can craft. I may be satisfied. Maybe. Alright, what do we got? 15 invis, 17 flight, that's more like it. 33 speed pots, 47 Terrazul. I think I have 8 haste spore grenades, or is it 7? Oh, it's 10. Ugh. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Still have a satchel. Oh, I never got the other satchels, right. Okay. I'm encumbered. Let's fix that. We fixed that. Alright, now let's make sure I have all the gear. Once you're an actor, there's a way to get the mats to make more haste spores. Yeah, you can buy them from alchemy vendors, of which there's several. That's how I have 10. So, the gear I need to have for the House of Hope. I need Underpalm Strikers. I need Irolna. I need Ring of Absolute Force. I need an Arcane Acuity source. Yeah, had a Fire Acuity. That'll work. I get Cloak of the Weave. I did. I have Hood of the Weave. I have Ring of Feywild Sparks. That's my Rotten Food Supply. Prodigious. Thunder Arrows. I have the Reverse Rain Cloak. Okay. Go to the House of Hope. 12 Eldritch Knight solo, plan on using strength potions throughout. What I put Ethel's hair into, I have no idea. Probably dexterity. More dex, more gooder, yeah. Use heavy armor, have alert. Dexterity. Using heavy armor does not mean that dexterity loses its value. Because it's still your initiative, and alert by itself does not beat everything in the game. It's still your saving throws for a bunch of things, and it's still your accuracy and damage with bows. Constitution makes sense? It would not. Use another amulet and greater health one. Like what? That slot isn't really too competitive for a fighter. Greater health just makes a lot of sense. Amulet of Ball does not function in honor mode. If it did, that would be good competition, but it doesn't. Hey Sao, how are you? Is the con amulet the best overall? Best does not exist without context. I reject the word best in theory crafting. It's not really a helpful word. But in terms of competition in the amulet slot, especially if you are not a spellcaster, or at least not a caster-focused setup, there's very few cases where greater health doesn't provide the most impact in slot. I should have gone and figured out how to get 4 inspiration here, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Right? I think it's fine.
Oh no. They hear me.
You steady your mind. A crack like breaking bone. Hope winces.
Fine. Don't care.
Hope.
So I'm gonna go into the boudoir the back way. Ayo. Yeah, I'm gonna use Harlep's back door. What of it? This isn't Google. Most of these commands aren't real. Thirsty yet?
A lost little mouse. Why are you here, little thief? Why don't we... It's off with you. Good, little thief. Good. Keep going like this. And you'll get to live. You'll be crying out my name soon.
I can take her form if you choose. Then the Archduchess. On the bed. Lie back.
Any thought of resistance or control is fading. You will above it the measures of this.
Devote yourself
Body, but not mind.
A brilliant choice.
Wait, I have... No, put those away. I have the... wait, how come... How come only some? But...
Give yourself to me, and I will tell you what you wish to know. But you must vow it.
The last.
And whisper it to me. What do you want? Wrap the set. Oh, no. Thank.
So, because I did that with Harlep, no dialogue option 2, I couldn't remember if that was safe for this or not. Because I did this with Harlep, there's no trap on this thing. Yeah, I can't pick up stuff because I'm encumbered, silly. Much less awkward without companions, yeah, because otherwise they're just, like, standing there watching you fuck. It's like, most of you aren't into this. The other thing I don't get by doing this, I never get an opportunity to get the full Helldust gloves, which is unfortunate. But... Then Halcyon, he's totally into it. Yeah, probably.
Something over there. One day I'll catch a break.
Romancing Astarion, tried to move him to the other room, still got that. Astarion disapproves. Let me apply C Invis from this.
Show your invitation.
I don't have one of those. Do that. So, quick outline of how the House of Hope is going to go. I'm going to make my way through, clearing out the halls. I'm going to kill the 2 spectators. I'm going to rescue Hope. Then, I'm going to wedge Hope in a corner somewhere, blocked by chests, so that she does not autopath back to me. And I'm going to make sure that that spot works. And I'm going to move one of the chests so she's unblocked and she can go with me. Then, when I start the combat with Raphael, I'm going to make sure Hope is invis ahead of time. I'm going to make sure that I win initiative. Then Hope and I are both going to run as far the fuck away as we possibly can to break combat. Then I'm going to wedge Hope back in the spot we made so that she doesn't go back to me. And then I'm going to start... Hey, Koala, how are you? I'm going to start using Minor Illusion to lure the Cambions out of the room to 1v1 each of them from stealth until they're all dead. Now, once it is just... And, you know, Corilla, of course. Corilla goes down easy. Once it is just Raphael and Yurgir, what I will do with Yurgir is I will lure him to the railing right outside the entrance to the boss arena. Then I will go elsewhere, stack up Arcane Acuity, make sure I have enough initiative to beat Yrgir and as much spell save DC as possible, then I will attempt to use effects to push him over the railing. Now, I have Thunder Wave from a ring, I have Thunder Wave from gloves, I have 2 knockbacks from Nyrolna, so that's 4. I have Gust of Wind from an amulet, so that's 5. I believe all of those are short rest. So I have 15 attempts to push Yrgir before I have to start looking at Roaring Thunder arrows. Once Yrgir is down, once it's just Raphael, then I just throw him over the railing. Get a surprise round and throw him. That's the plan. We give Emps Cascaded by Divinity before he fucks off too? Maybe. Be funny. Yeah, maybe. Oh no. Divinity. Divinity type. What do we call this? What do we... I got a pocket full of divas.
It appears to be protected by an energy. The mule.
Just rang, Raphael.
Knocked him off. Don't need the money right now. The amulet doesn't really do anything for me. I guess I just take it. Our challenge is masochism at its finest. It's creating an intricate puzzle. That's why I like it. We're not giving Helsik those gloves. Those are mine.
This calls for careful footwork. What path lies before me?
I've got bad news. Come to my prison.
Another step forward. Just out of view. No. Can't risk being in open view.
No. Awkward.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Stupid door. Guess I should have made sure that door is closed.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Can't risk being in open view. You've made a grave mistake. This calls for careful footwork.
I don't have much boosting my archery right now. This is what elemental slaying's for. Darkness.
I don't need any attention right now. Just out of view. Softer than a whisper.
Alright, switch back to regular arrows now.
Let's see what you're hiding. If everyone else
So that I have enough for the next sphere for sure.
out of sight, out of mind.
Prefer those of archery here. Imagining this run from the perspective of the world, like there's the shadow ghost, throws 1,000 daggers and vanishes before anyone knows what just happened. Something like that.
These boots have seen everything. I don't need any attention right now. All right then.
Marvel Rivals is a lot of fun. I've heard. Glad you're having a good time with it, my concha.
Try me. All right. Time to skulk about.
Did you get distracted? By the teeth in my arteries!
Best be on my way. Don't want to draw any attention. Let's get this over with. This calls for careful footwork. Free undertaking.
Just across the hall, if you don't mind.
Softer than a whisper.
Hope, can you stop messing with my hiding, please?
Better be cautious. Don't mind if I do. Here we go.
I guess, I hope I'm right. My prison is just on the right.
That's a friendly looking shadow. You've made a grave mistake. Can't risk being in open view.
spawned awfully close to me. There should be no more elementals in the game. I have to fight anyway. This game is infinite arrows. It helps.
At the ready. Almost there. I'm so excited.
Just out a few.
Awkward.
Light on my feet. Can't risk being in open view. Light on my feet.
Americans do have double sight. Fewer things than you'd expect have it, but Americans are one of the things that do.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
You got way closer than I like. One time fail stealth pretty much is crit. Yeah, pretty much. Like that.
How much farther can I go? If everyone else
Did I take out the other half of the room with those many target ricochets? That was the goal. Looks like I did. Let's verify.
Time to press ahead.
Looks like I did.
Never wanted the easy path.
Now, Hope's Prison. That's what pals around. Gonna side with them since you can't steal. No, we're taking the hammer. Fuck that. It took me a second to process what you were getting at. Yeah, no, fuck that. Moral conundrum of stealing from a devil versus siding with an asshat manipulator. I'd rather steal from the devil.
It's time to fight! Don't want to draw any attention. Better be cautious.
Killed it before it could do Ocular Nightmare. It was attempting to. And what's my distance here, actually? Let's see if that would have killed me. Yes. The answer to that is yes.
Out of sight, out of mind.
This doesn't stop those projectiles. Also, it's a 20-meter radius, I believe. Yeah.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
It's done. Now we only need aberration slaying arrows for one more enemy. And that's the final spectator in the game, in the courtyard of the High Hall.
Watching me.
Don't hold back.
So I'm not allowed to have Hope help me at all. One of the rules. But Hope is going to help me by keeping herself out of danger here.
What to do?
I didn't bring Connor to pre-stack Rhapsody. That is an error. That is an error. I will have to use the Cambions to stack up Rhapsody for spell save DC. Use the Petrified Dudes. Oh, does that work? Oops. No. Try another one.
Cutting to the chase.
Nope. Hey, Mark. How are you? Mark, Orin was interesting today. I think I may have missed it, didn't do this fight a couple weeks ago. Do you have to reset? No, I've not done this fight in this run. What you may have seen was my routing run. It's Divvy. This is the live run. Go on. So I forgot to invis when engaging with Orin, so I had to immediately run away and reset the fight. So then I needed to figure out a way to get rid of her unstoppable stacks without having her teleport to me. So what I did was I went around clicking silence from stealth on all the cultists so none of them were chanting anymore. And then I threw purple worm toxin to make a surface, a wide surface. Then I used minor illusion from a darkness cloud to get everyone in the arena to walk through the toxin until nobody had unstoppable stacks left. And then I went invisible and threw Orin off the side. What an easy game. I need to create Hope's playpen now. I think we'll do it right over here. Yeah, that should do. Hope's prison affectionate. Alright, so now we Shapeshifter's Boon. Going to get into gnome form. Oh. Nimble Finger Gloves. I just want even more initiative. Plus 16 is more than I need, but we're doing it anyway. Because I can't remember Raphael's, and I'm disengaging this first fight immediately anyway. More decks never hurt, amen. There's no chance that I talk down your gear without a nat 20 here.
And he probably knows it sounds mindless. This is going to hurt.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Here goes nothing.
I will not.
Their skulls will make fine trophies.
Not that far off.
If you have any last words, nah.
Right. While this Invis potion is still active. Fucking theater kid.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect in the cause. Curtain falls. But hold your...
The step of the wind resets my movement to what it's kind of supposed to be.
Here come the claws.
But it's still more total movement because of Haha Monk.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught.
These campaigns do not have Devil's Sight, by the way.
Report, doomed, detected, and caught.
Have seen everything.
No more deals.
If I can
It's over.
do the
Final
AI lockdown thing.
No more grace. It's over. This house of hope.
So you get closer first, though. After you're in Act 2 and on Act 3 she's gone, no reason I can think of. Wonder what I did and how bad Minsk up the Minsk quest. Well, Minsk is, if you interact with him, well, you gotta ignore Minsk if you want to know that he's alive out there somewhere now at this point. Did you not talk to Jaheira after Merkel and stuff in Moonrise? Because you have to, that's a conversation you do have to have.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
And then
Softer than a whisper.
you also need to make sure to do her quest before going to the lower city. So before hitting the area transition to the second Act 3 map. Gotta make sure that's done.
Have to keep going. Better be cautious.
Alright, these guys each have +4 initiative. Nothing special.
Out of sight, out of mind. Better be cautious. Softer than a whisper. Alright, time to skulk about. Alright, time to
First stack of Scarlet Remittance.
don't waste a step.
Close enough. We have customers. Second stack. Oh, those two came running, which is awkward.
On my way. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Alright, this is fine.
Time to press ahead. Don't want to draw any attention. Out of sight, out of mind.
I forgot to elemental weapon anything in this whole act, really. It's fine.
I don't need any attention right now. Breathe quiet.
Okay, if you'll notice, Hope has that hourglass icon. She is locked in her own turn order over there. So even if she wasn't trapped in a corner, she wouldn't be able to start pathing back to me. Keeping her out of harm's way stops us from getting too complicated.
Light on my feet.
We still have Corilla, 2 Cambions, and Yrgir. Yrgir invisible? He shouldn't be. He's not. Don't want to get Raphael like this. I think he'll respond anyway.
well. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Never wanted the easy path.
Build stealth.
There's a friendly looking shadow.
Roll to 3. Okay, that's the last of the
Be
Cambions.
on my way. This calls for careful footwork.
Now the Yurgler.
Best be on my way.
I guess also Corilla. First and foremost, the Yurgler. Does the Yurgler like cats? He does. The Yurgler does have dark vision, if I remember correctly. I also hope we're all ear giggling.
Can't risk being in it with you.
That's the goal. I need to go get Arcane Acuity to be able to do that. Also, let's double check his initiative. +8. So I need to maintain +12. Very firmly established cat lover. Gross. Yeah. Okay, so once I'm done with Hat of Fire Acuity, I switch to Hood of the Weave for more DC. I can switch from Spear of Evening to Woe for more DC.
Softer than a whisper. Breathe deep and move.
So currently my spell save DC should be Thunderwave 26, 28, 31, 33, 34, 35. This should be a DC 35 Thunderwave.
Breathe deep and move.
Fire gear. No, 30. I was thinking Thunderwave was DC 13. Yeah, it's 8 was base. Right. Yeah, he has advantage on that, and he has +9. So we really did need to go above and beyond there. Okay, now I need to deal with Raphael and Corilla. Idea here is I'm gonna invis. I'm gonna kill her with darkness arrows.
Alright, time to skulk about. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Alright, it is just Raphael now. Confirm he doesn't like cats. He does not like cats.
What a view. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Initiative's +9.
Lives, all mortal lives, expire.
Lord Knight, thank you so much for the 5 months and the streak. Really appreciate it. I'm too short right now. Oh, we found a mustard pixel. Cool.
The devil was defeated in his own home. Now hope can prevail once more.
It's the House of Hope. Enjoy your life, Messi. Went well. Went very well. And now we can go talk to Hope. I've been using throwing very little. But I still stand by Tavern Brawler as a feed investment. It was so good this whole run. Keep that for now, I guess. So, what do we have left? Iron Throne? Cadenas. That's the next thing. I gotta look at my VOD to see exactly how I handled that. Okay, hope read herself. I totally could have knocked out Gorilla. But meh. Meh. Where is Hope? Hope?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Oh, there she is.
I wanna
Sneaky.
have a word. Pinch yourself and check.
You are wide awake.
It is not right that she
For the first time.
I
Gloves that I won't use. But they're funny.
So you wormed your way into the devil's lair. I have already told you that the Githyanki prince only wants to see you. We must not make the same mistake. We must work. It is...
Alright, so the next thing is... Cadenas. Now, I'm gonna put on the gear that I think I should be using. Like, we'll have to see. I'm also gonna run to the bathroom. Don't want to make an Orin mistake here. BRB. Alright, I'm back. It was a well-timed bathroom break. Took care of a couple other things while I was up. I still have 11 invis pots, 17 flight pots. Now we put dragon slaying on the bar. Alright, I'm gonna look at my past VODs. See how I handled Kudenos exactly. I think I have an idea, but this is one of those things I can't mess up, because if I mess up, either I die or he disappears from the game. And either way, that's not great. So, let's see. Is that on this day? Stop it. It's where the video producer UI on Twitch is so not helpful in the current situation. This is me doing Iron Throne. Oh, that's... Alright, I guess it wasn't on this day. This one? Right, I can't just push him in the Sioux air. Yeah, he has the full weight he does in his dragon form. Very funny. Yeah, bear with me. Alright, this is House of Hope. And I spent a while in there. Oh, we were trying to figure out if I could block the traps. That makes sense. And there's Watcher Titan. Bear with me, everybody. I have to, oh, I found it. Found it. So that was... I was rolling a lot of stealth checks. And I left and went to Orin? Did I ever go back? That's answer. Arian. Huh. I am not super satisfied with how I did this in practice. It's very much a, if I fail a stealth check, I just game over kind of situation. Alright. Well, hopefully he's there, too. That's another thing I have to account for. Let's get a gnome shape. Hey, Galley Angel, thank you so much for the Prime and the 7 months.
Quag Jiglin.
Much appreciated. Hope things are treating you well. Thank you so much for the continued support. Did I do the Steel Watch boss? I did. Had to get a little creative with that, because I accidentally bypassed the trigger to get him to spawn at all, so I had to use Connor to revive a Steel Watcher, so that there was something there to trigger the fight. It was a whole thing. Thanos is here.
When the Prince of the Comet blazes his path, they will follow, and so will countless others.
I got him. I still got him. I still got him. Boss is still here. Okay. Yeah, bye.
Best be on my way.
Oh. Failed. Okay. Still got him. Never seen Cadanus and Voss here. They show up in a very specific set of circumstances. Voss has to make it to Act 3. You have to still have the ability to talk to Raphael. You need to turn down his deal. Then you need to tell Voss you turned down the deal. Then you need to go get the Orphic Hammer. And then they'll be here. Oh, I was so worried about that. Like, I did eventually roll the critical fail on the stealth check, it's just I had enough shots. And this is why I was stockpiling Dragon Slaying arrows the entire run. It was that. How many did I use? 17? Imagine a scenario in which you get punished coming up empty. It'll happen. Never heard that line from Boss. Most people don't attack him there. It's not a thing a sane player would do. But yeah, it's very energetic. So we just have Iron Throne. And then we can go to the brain. Or we can go to the Morphic Pool. We still have Gortash once we're there. I still haven't used Anti-Ethel's Charm, which is good. Means I'll use it for the finale. I didn't get Orin's clothes, which does mean I will have less damage on the brain than I expected. I don't know what that means for my loadout. I don't think anything else in my chest slot will improve my damage on bomb throws. Maybe I still end up using the Mighty Cloth. Or maybe it's... Graceful Cloth doesn't do anything for me. I'm base 20 dex now. I don't know. I guess I just ballast armor. But then I lose my monk movement. I'll think about it. You attack, they will both TP out in 1 or 2 turns. 1 turn. Saw Voss TP out there. Walked away just long enough, we already took out Cadenas, well done. Thanks, Kara. It was very stressful. I was biting my cheek the whole time. You could probably see it on the bot. I'm thinking. I could try to beat the game today, but I don't want to rush it, because we do still have several legendary actions. I want to get my consumables very much in order, make sure I have everything I need for the brain. Then we need to do Iron Throne. Then we need to go get Rapture when we're about to go to the Morphic Pool, so that we have it for Gortash. Is the Iron Throne chill? Yeah, mostly. It's just get Raven Guard out. Fuck everyone else. Oh, Melim's not even there anyway. Fuck the Gondians. Iron Throne is pretty much just... I make it to Raven Guard. Iron Throne, then end stream. I could. But I shouldn't, because I do still want to think on whether I blow up the Foundry so that there's no Steel Watchers. Like, if I do the Iron Throne, then it would make the most sense for me to beeline back into the Foundry and blow it up. Yeah, if I sneak down to the 2nd level without having the conversation on the 1st level, I don't think the Gondians will even be fighting down there. But maybe they will. And I don't want to get caught in a Gondian lightning bolt there. They will lightning bolt, and it does get ugly. Yeah, I think I'm going to end stream here, just because the nature of this run, I don't want to make mistakes. Now, I made several mistakes today, and because I had contingencies in place, it was fine. So as a recap for today, we dealt with the House of Hope. We dealt with the Hellfire Titan. We did a lot of consumable farming. We dealt with Cadenas. We dealt with the Iron Flask Spectator. So the only remaining legendary actions in the game are Gortash, the Spectator... Felicia, you're being with that. Gortash, the Spectator in the High Hall, and the Netherbrain. Oh, and the Dominated Red Dragon. So, 4 legendary actions left. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you for the raids, hanging out, chatting, lurking, all the support. Let's see who I can raid. What else is new? Napstar's doing his poop knife run. I've never raided over there. Sure, let's do that. Napstar's been over here once or twice, and he's a friend of friends, so I will trust him with you guys. Napstar's been doing a run where his character, affectionately called Poop Man, is only allowed to do damage with the Poo Scraper. So he's doing it with reloads, with respecs, just going through as much of the game as possible with different iterations of can only damage with the Poop Knife. So give lots of love over there. If you have my emotes, yeah, feel free to jiggle. I'll see you guys over there. Thank you so much. Tomorrow I'll be live, either hopefully finishing No Hit, or maybe I feel like playing Cyberpunk and stalling. I don't know. We'll see. Bye.